Centurion!
What's up, buddy? Prefer to watch me live? Well, yeah, I do too. I prefer me live as well, as opposed to unalive. What's going on, everybody? How are we doing today? Oh, let me turn the music down. And of course, Kerbal decides to crash right now. All right, there we go. All right, let me try launching that again. All right. Minus 20. Wow. I probably would not be very good on roller skates. I mean, on ice skates, because I'm not good on roller skates. Last time I put on roller skates is probably about a little over 10 years ago, and I had not worn them since being a child. Went roller skating with my ex. Man, as soon as I stood up, man, feet went out, back of my head hit the ground. Nearly ended up having to go to the hospital. Because I'm pretty sure I had a concussion. And it's weird because put me on a bicycle or a motorcycle and I have incredible balance. But roller skates and I, so I can only imagine ice skates. Yeah, yes, indeed. I've never actually skied before. I've gone snowboarding twice, but I've never actually skied. All right, so today is episode 20. We got a lot to get done today. We are pretty much in a Duna our first Duna transfer window, so we will be launching a Duna direct flyby mission. By direct, I mean we're going to do it the same way as we did like Moon and Minmus. We're going to wait until Duna is just below the horizon and send it. Right, one burn from launch to intercept. Other people and trees. Yes. And yes. And more yes on the front side. Because at least a tree can't move. Right? You know where it is. People move. And they always move in the wrong direction. That means you're going in the wrong direction. Man, I am sleepy. I apologize for that because the last like 3 nights in a row, man, I've been doing this like half asleep thing where I'm only like half asleep and my brain is just churning away on nonsense. Yeah, there's been a few people that have pulled the old George of the Jungle. Okay, so let's get stuck in here. Chief, what's up, my friend? How are you doing this evening? It's evening for you. Morning for me. And Chief, you just made me think of the engineering that's now in Star Citizen. You can now fix your ships, your own ships. Now some more. What's going on, man? Good day off for. Hey, gotta do that every now and then, man. That's what. Yeah, I tried to make it for a little bit for yesterday. I was far too sleepy yesterday to be able to stream. As I said, the last like 3 nights in a row, I have not slept well. Again, doing this half asleep thing where my brain is running 1,000 miles an hour over nonsense. But it's like restless sleep. All right, so we are 9 days out from the center of the Duna launch window. So technically, we're in the launch window. We could launch now. The only difference, it'll change the amount of time it takes. The amount of Delta V will be minimal, but the amount of time it takes to get there can go up quite a bit with even just a few days. All right, where are we at in the tech tree here? I need this. Oh, there's a lot of things. I need this too. Well, we need all of this. All right, but to do that, we need science. And what I really need is, let's revisit it now that we actually have a 2.5 meter tank. Right, as we actually started to develop this. Right, we still have the payload mass up there. We got the command module all set. The issue is that we didn't actually have a 2.5 meter tank. And now we do. Well, technically we did. We had this, whatever this is. Just looks like garbage. But now we actually have proper... uh, 2.5 meter tankage. And I have a feeling this is going to take at least 4 Terriers, because it's the best vacuum engine we have. And even then, it's going to be on the low end for thrust to weight. So we're going to need a kick-ass upper first stage. All right, Centurion, enjoy your ice skating, my friend. I could give it swivels. Oh, that is a flippin' powerful engine. .27 and 1586. We'd be giving up quite a bit of delta V though, about 300 meters per second. But we can always add more fuel because that is a kick-ass. Why is that engine so strong? All right, the counter proposal to the LTV 45 from the bigger is always better side of the R&D department. More powerful but lacking the control authority of its smaller cousin. Ah, no gimbal. Delta's barking at the trash truck. We'll keep that in mind. Might end up using that as a first stage engine. All right, I want to bring those in a little bit tighter. All right, we need some RCS-ticles. I feel like we need a larger tanks for this. Now let's do it the other way. This is gonna end up being a very expensive rocket because I need to make another change. I already know it. That thrust weight is just too low. What I'm touching. Okay. That gives us a little bit of extra push. But this is going to end up being an expensive rocket to use. As we just don't have the more powerful engines yet. Chief, my plans for Christmas next week, I am going to be making a ribeye roast. Well, I'm going to smoke a ribeye roast. But otherwise, I plan on streaming from today every day through the end of the year. All right, so I figure a lot of people are going to be on Christmas vacation and have nothing better to do, but, you know, in between lulls of the family or needing a break from the family, this guy will be right here. That's the wrong voice.
This one. Yeah, right here. This guy will be right here in this chair in front of that camera doing something.
All right, now we need RCS thrusters. Nesmar in a smoker, actually. Since we only have the small ones, I'm gonna double up. Even though I could tweak scale them up. I might do that later. We'll see how this works. But yeah, Nasmar, I'm gonna slow smoke that ribeye roast. It's probably gonna take like a good 6-7 hours to cook. You know, it's funny is we went from a like a gas barbecue grill to a smoker grill, and man, the difference is stunning.
Tequila!
What's up, Tequila? How you doing today? How are you, sir? All right, so ullage. We need separation and ullage motors. Interesting. These are both at the same angle. I don't know why, but that bugs me. Why are they uneven? Everything's at the same angle. There. Okay. Fixed it. Tequila, you just launched Star Citizen? Nice. Oh, camera. I like doing the camera thing, dude. I need something to mount the camera to first. All right, so that should give it a good view of the payload and the fairing, both. Might need a little bit of tweaking. All right, so that is our upper stage. That is 26,000, almost 27,000 C-bills. You were hammered this morning, but feeling better? Did you have a good night then, at least? I slept with the fan on in my room last night thinking maybe it make me sleep better. It didn't. It just made me all congested today. I'm still trying to keep the design fairly similar to our other family of rockets. Jeez Louise. That is way more than we need. These don't have any gimbal, so I gotta think about it for a moment. The next best choice we have is the 45. The swivel. Alright, I might need to do something else here. That is awful low. But there's a way to turn off staging for that piece. No, we just pull it to the top of the tree. Yeah, let's go with the short skirt. We'll go with the short skirt. And it's still fairly low on the thrust to weight side. What do we have available to us for boosters still? Thumper, I think, is still the biggest we got. Lucky, what's up, man? Here's a trick question. When is rocket operated a bigger rocket than 2.5 meters? Pretty often, actually. But yes, I realize, trick question. Chief, I guess you walked away when I told you. Chief, I plan on streaming every day from now until the end, through the first of the year. And for Christmas dinner, I am going to be smoking a ribeye roast. And Maki, to answer that question, let's go look. The big reason is, generally speaking, we're playing at, well, last time we played, it was at a larger scale. So you kind of skip through. You don't really skip through, actually. These are actually just one point. The ones I'm looking at. These are all 1.875 meter, with much larger boosters. And better engines, obviously. That's a good screenshot. I like that screenshot. Now, these are 1.875 meter. You know what? I'm thinking, actually, that it was, here. When we did the DART mission. We did the DART mission is last time, I think last time I did a 2.5 meter rocket, actually. This is 2.5, yes. Believe it or not, the first reusable rocket I made wasn't a 2.5 meter. It was a 3.75 meter. The game screenshots folder, I just had a link to it. Where'd it go? Oh well. Is it here? Yeah. This is the first time I made a reusable rocket. This is a 3.75 meter. That's a big boy. That's a big ass rocket, dude. Look how tall that is. And yes, I actually landed it that close to the on top of the KSC. This is the upper stage for it. Yeah, so big we landed it on the runway and the runway broke. Now this is on the way back. This is starting the landing burn. Remember when we had to build a device to save the crew? And we launched this thing several times. That's when we built that big ass space station. That space station was huge. I think I got more developed shots. This is our our cycler vehicle. It's only meant to stay on orbit. It was to transfer crew between the orbits of Kerbin, Moon, and Minmus, but never re-enter. When the crews would come up by spaceplane, and we'd transfer them to this to send them out to wherever they needed to go. Reusable lander. Yeah, we kept adding arms onto the station. So. We'll be doing something like that, I am certain, in this save. I like my infrastructure. But I'm pretty sure this is going to need boosters. 1.24. Oh, you know what? Let's test it. Let's see where we're at with this. All right, simulated test flight. And this is so that we can get that lander to the moon and Minmus and bring science back. Right? It's to land and return. And it's older, the older 1.875 meter screenshots I showed, that's at 2.5 or 1/4 real scale. So the rockets have to be much bigger. I only put the one external camera on there. This rocket looks really short for some reason, and it's not. So used to play in 2.5 scale that it looks like, okay, we're missing. We don't have enough fuel. Had to make sure it is set up correctly here. Don't need you. Simulated test flight. Dummy payload is go. Upper stage is go. Core stage is go. Guidance is go. I need a go, no go from chat. Chat is go. We are go for launch in 5, 4, main engine start. Okay, we're lifting off. Yep, staging. I forgot to separate the clamps from the stage. That's not good. That's moving way too fast. That's because our thrust to weight's really low. Mach 1, we're supersonic. We're in a more realistic acceleration table based on time in flight. All right, there's Mach 2. All right, 3 Gs of acceleration. We'll go ahead and throttle down to 2/3. Because now we're starting to get full tilt boogie. I think we're gonna end up putting boosters on it. I need better performance out of that first stage. Skywatcher Jim, what's going on, man? How you doing today? Well, the upper stage is killing it, and then some. All right, I just got handed a plate of breakfast madness. All right, so the first stage underperforms a little bit. The upper stage overperforms. This is 12 tons of payload. I'd still like to get more out of it. All right. Okay, so I just got handed this. I'm sure you can see it all. I have to actually back up because it's just too much. All right, so I got French toast, sausage, and hash browns. Hammer Nails, what's going on, man? Jesse Pinkman, how you doing? It does. It looks, man. It almost looks better on camera than it does in real life. But I mean, look at that. Anybody else hungry? Hammer, not too bad. And well, obviously, I'm not doing too bad. Look at that. Joker, how you doing today? And it's maple flavored sausage links. All right, I'm thinking we're gonna dramatically improve the performance of this. It's gonna be such an expensive rocket to launch, though. And that's more. This is. I normally don't eat like this. It's, you know, only once in a blue moon. Hammer nails? Yes, indeed. Man, I mean, breakfast for dinner is the best. I remember my ex, the first time I made breakfast for dinner, she's like freaked out. She's like, "What are you doing?" It's like, "You don't eat breakfast for dinner." I'm like, "Yeah, you do." Hammer nails, there's a few ways that you can do it. The easy way is with the engine plate part. I'm gonna build a side structure just to show you how you can do it. So it's facing the camera. Okay, so if this is the bottom of your rocket, right, I believe these are part of Making History, though. I think you need to have the Making History DLC for these. But you have the engine plates. Oops, flip that around. All right, and then you have attach nodes on here, right? So you can set up the different attach nodes, right? So you start out as a single. Let me grab an engine here. All right, so there's only one attach node here. If I increase this, let's say, you know, to like quad, right? Then I can attach 4 engines. Well, let's say I wanted a 5+1 configuration. Right, so I'd have to attach 1 engine in the middle and then 4 more on the outsides. But once these are attached, you can change the nodes, right? So now I can go with a 6x1 if I wanted to, right? And now I have more nodes that I can attach to. Right, it can get it can end up looking a little bit funky, so you may end up having to move things around a little bit, but you can do that, and this is one way to do it. And there's more options with the attach nodes with that, but you can keep doing it and get a lot of engines on there. If you don't have that part, or it's not working the way you want it to for whatever design you're doing, you can always go with this method. Is go to structural, grab your octagonal strut, right, add these however you want them. Make sure that whatever you attach to this, because you can't auto strut these, and these are going to be a size 0 node. Right, they're going to be pretty small. They're not going to be very strong. Right, but you can do it that way, and you can just keep doing it however you want it. Right, but so there's different ways that you can get it, that you can make it happen. All right, I gotta dig into this French toast while it's still hot. That's awesome. Always cook extra bacon. I almost feel like it's a crime not to cook extra bacon. I mean, you're cooking any bacon anyway, so why not make extra? All right, so these are thrust limited so that they burn for 1 minute. I generally prefer 90 seconds, but we won't have the thrust to wait to do it if we do that. Tequila, no. Not this time around. Himmelnith? Yeah, the fuel weight, yeah, it gets really heavy. Well, the other thing too about, remember about stock KSP? All the parts are made out of pig iron and concrete compared to the real life counterparts. Right, the dry weight, the dry mass of all these tanks and SRBs is huge. But yeah, Tequila, no, this is stock planets at stock scale. Because of the beautification mods, that like Black Rack's volumetric clouds that we're running, and the parallax update, it's a pain in the ass. Well, A, JNSQ isn't compatible with them. Two, I tried to do a quarter scale install. In fact, I still have it, but I have to move around so many assets, right? In Kerbal constructs, all their coordinates are off when you go up in scale. And I just didn't feel like taking the amount of literal days of time to move everything back into place, right? And to create a mask, a terrain scouter's mask for the KSC extended. Otherwise, otherwise there's trees through all the buildings, everything. And creating that mask is not very straightforward. Eliminate, I don't have a choice in this early on in the career. This is the most powerful engine that I have that has engine gimbal that we have unlocked. In fact, the cost of this rocket is going to be prohibitively expensive to use very much. But I do need it for at least 2 missions. Oh, this has 8. This has 9. This has 9 liquid fuel engines, and then 8 thumpers. In fact, this actually might be easier to build over here. Even though we'll exceed the part count over here, almost for certain. Some launch vehicles are easier to build in here, because you have better camera controls. But yeah.
Shit ton of engines.
All right. Anybody know why I put the decouplers at the top of the rocket and then use struts at the bottom? Shouldn't be 3 minutes. It should only be 90 seconds. Your math doesn't work? Why doesn't that work? The total rocket mass with payload. This is with a 12-ton payload. Is 222 metric tons. Now, there are certain engines that you can use in clusters where they'll outperform. And if we had the cow controller, which we haven't unlocked yet, it's further up the tech tree, you can actually overclock these engines. Right, where you can get more thrust out of them, but they also consume a lot more fuel a lot faster. Right, their efficiency gets skewed, but you can get more power out of them. And yes, Chief, yeah, it's so that they pushes the front of the SRB out and away from the rocket, right? Creating lift on one side of the SRB and drag on the other, and it pulls them away cleanly from the launch vehicle. Okay, so let's set this up for another simulated test flight. RCS won't be powerful enough to compensate for the lack of gimbal. Not at sea level anyway. If you get up, like further up in the atmosphere or in space, yes. But at low atmosphere, it is not going to be enough to compensate. You would need to add like some type of vernier engine. RCS is incredibly inefficient and not strong with atmospheric pressure. We still have a lot more detail work to do on this, but right, like currently we only have the payload cam. And we're missing all of our stickers. Tell me payload is go, upper stages go, core stages go, boosters are go. We need a go, no go from chat for simulated launch. And chat is go. Here we go in 5, 4, main engine start, 2, 1, send it. Let's go for pitch and roll maneuver. My mods list is in Discord. But if you see something specific that you're interested in, let me know, and I'll point you in the right direction. All right, we have booster engine shut off. Yeah, that's why I put the separators, the separatrons at the nose of at the front of the boosters. You get a very clean separation. All right, go ahead and throttle down to 2/3 here. We should be over here by now, at least. Our fairing's starting to get hot. All right, stand by for fairing deploy. And we have good fairing deploy. Well, I think that first stage is performing well. Stand by for Miko. And we have Miko. All right, good upper stage ignition. The idea here with this is to be able to launch at least, or throw 12 tons at Moon. Right, and thus min-miss. That first stage nearly put us in orbit. And because of it, I could actually drop an engine off of the upper stage. What do you mean by controller support? You mean like an Xbox controller? You can fly the rockets with Xbox with an Xbox controller. You can't control everything because there's just simply not enough buttons. And I've seen people fly rockets with it. I don't like using, or even with joysticks. I don't like doing it with KSP because of there is a latency that drives me nuts. Right, there's an input latency that you have to get used to. And I play other simulators and it just kind of gets, it becomes, if you don't notice it, if you don't play any other simulators, you won't notice it. If you play other simulator, like other flight sims or anything like that, you'll notice the latency and it'll drive you nuts afterwards. Or at least for me, it does. Oh yeah, this thing is overperforming gloriously. Oh yeah. Shit, not only will it be able to throw 12 tons at Moon and Minmus, for Minmus it could do the orbital capture and nearly do the orbital capture for Moon. It's not much of a latency. As I said, you won't notice it unless you're playing other sims, right? Like Microsoft Flight Simulator, DCS World, Star Citizen. You'll notice it. X4, you'll notice the different. You'll notice it then. By the way, X4 is on sale. Steam winter sale or holiday sale, whatever they were calling it now, is going on, and I highly recommend X4. If you like space games, X4 is awesome. Just note though, it's got a massive learning curve. It depends. Launch thrust to weight depends. If I'm going all liquid fuel engines, I would want at least 1.4 to 1.5, and actually the other way around. I would want at least 1.3 to 1.4. I'd say 1.3 to 1.4 if I'm liquid fuel only. If I'm a combination like this, liquid fuel and SRBs, I'm looking for roughly at least 1.35, which we're a little bit lower than that, to 1.5. Now, but it's also not just, if I'm doing a combination like this, it's not just about the thrust to weight, it's also about the burn time. Right, so I have these thrusts limited to 70% to give me at least 1 minute of burn time. If they were running 100%, right, we're only going to get 42 seconds of burn time. So we'll end up with a 1.6 thrust to weight ratio on the pad. Problem is, when these will burn out so fast that we won't have burned up enough liquid fuel, right, to keep the core stage accelerating. It'll actually stop accelerating for several seconds. So I try to balance it a little bit more. Ideally, I would want a 90-second burn on the SRBs. Right? You know, a minute and 30 seconds. Problem is, that's not going to give us the thrust to weight that we need to even get off the pad. Right, so we're gonna go with this and get a minute. So the answer is, it depends. If your thrust to weight is too high on the pad, you're gonna end up accelerating too fast in the atmosphere. Right? And which would dramatically increases drag, which reduces performance. That's why you saw me throttle down on the upper stage, even though technically we weren't even doing 3 Gs of acceleration, but I still throttled down because we're accelerating too fast in the atmosphere. Right? Obviously things can overheat if you're accelerating too fast in the atmosphere, but B, you start pushing against the drag so much that you're actually losing efficiency because you're fighting the atmosphere too much. On the opposite end, if your thrust to weight is too low, you're fighting gravity too much. And it's a little bit of a challenge in stock scale to balance it out because the atmosphere is so deep, right? Compared to like Earth, right? If Kerbin had Earth's atmospheric depth, at 10 kilometers, you'd be in orbit. Right, you could do a stable orbit at 14 14 kilometers. To give you an idea of how thick Kerbin's atmosphere, you know, how deep Kerbin's atmosphere is. It's really deep. The other thing is, too, is you have to balance the launch thrust weight with the thrust weight of the upper stage. The lower the thrust weight of the upper stage, the higher the thrust weight you need on the core stage. That being said, most upper stages do not need a thrust weight of greater than 1. In fact, less than 1 is perfectly fine because it's much more efficient. However, I don't recommend going below 0.6. Going below 0.6, you just simply don't have enough time to accelerate up to orbital velocity. And then if you're going to go with reusable rockets, like a reusable core, like SpaceX style, you need a much higher thrust weight on the core stage. Like, you'll need like 1.6 to 1.8. Right? Because the core, and you don't tilt the core stage very much. Right? Just so you're aware, SpaceX doesn't go past 68 degrees. Right? On the core, with the gravity turn on the core stage, it doesn't go past 68 degrees. Otherwise, it'll have too much horizontal velocity to be able to be recovered. Right? Most of the work has to be done by the upper stage if you're going to do a reusable core. I mean, yeah, I have all the DLC. All the DLC I personally believe is worth it. Right, so the whole package of X4. But note though, it's like Kerbal. You'll be a couple hundred hours in and still learning a lot. And of course, ads. Every time I'm explaining something, ads. And the best way to describe X4 is like Elite Dangerous, but single player. Actually, no, it's probably more like Star Citizen, but single player. Yep. And ads always hit when I'm explaining something. Always. Guaranteed. Oh, somebody came to say hi. So you don't get caught on that. All right, I'm gonna give you this, but you gotta come up. Up, all the way up. Good girl. So that is Delta V. Yes, the dog's name is Delta V. And she is one dark doggo. Okay, hold on. I'll give you a piece of buttered French toast. Second. Note though, I'm not done eating this, so don't get too excited here, man. Because I'm not done. I'm not done. Earn it. Good girl. Good girl. Okay, lay down. Lay down. Wanna shake? All right, shake it. Shake it. Good girl. Yep, she is definitely a good doggo. And I mentioned she's dark because, damn, she is dark. Keep your furries on. X4 is really good, but it's very slow going. Okay. Now we reroute this. That's just a dummy payload. All right, so now this is our root part. And now we got to build out the rest. We got to do all the detail work and the launch pad. All right, so now we need a second camera. Where's our down cam? There it is. Okay, so we have a camera inside the fairing, right? There. How did it nip on that side? Yeah, it still works. All right, but we have a camera there that you can see the payload and the fairing. Makes it very immersive, right, for separation. We now have another camera on the upper stage facing down. And I'm debating on adding another up camera. Down near the bottom on the side. That way we get a view looking up that I want to see, because I want to see what it looks like when the boosters separate while looking up. I know what it looks like while looking down, but not when it looks like looking up. Okay, so now let's get to work on our stickers. And let's go with that one. And then Gotta have the Kraken. Gotta have the Kraken. Tequila? Yes, it is. Tequila, well, I didn't make it, though. It was made for me by Onka and Jada Mar. Be careful using it, because it changes a lot of things about the game. Right, and it's designed to encourage reuse of everything. So, all manned, like command pods and man parts are 10 times more expensive than stock. That's to both buy it to unlock it in the tech tree, you know, money wise, right? And to use it in here for building, right? All probe cores are 5 times more expensive. Liquid fueled engines are 10 times more expensive, and SRBs are 5 times more expensive, right? All to promote reuse. That's why this rocket costs so much. Like this rocket, because of that, is going to make this. There's a couple other things it does too, but but it makes this rocket prohibitively expensive to use all the time. As an example, because we have too many parts, right? Too many engines, all that adds up. The other thing it does, just FYI, it removes reaction wheels from all airplane cockpits. I know before that caught somebody by surprise when, you know, with making a space plane, because yeah, they don't have a reaction wheels. MGB, it's noon. Check out. And together, yeah, I agree. That's why I did it. Or I had that done. Also adds all my flags, though, too. Most of them. I think it needs an update because I've made more flags since then. Boosters are from Jeb's junkyard. Okay, that'll work. Now, we need to start on Launchpad. And since we have a lot of new people here, by the way, if you have not hit that follow button for me, do so now. I would greatly appreciate it. But just to give you an idea of where we're going with this. I like all the fluff. Right, so we'll be doing something like this. All right, I'm not sure the 6 meter it will work. Oh, it does. Just. It just works. Okay. Okay, so now. Wait, can I go to 8? Yes. All right, those are going to be for the hold downs. Brandon, yes, I have, and I'm to be perfectly honest, I don't give a shit. The reason being is the core. I'm gonna give this speech yet again. I'm gonna go on a rant. Okay, the core of KSP2 is rotten. Modders cannot fix it. Right? It's the actual core code is busted. Right? With the wobbly rockets, all that stuff, because it is literally somebody. I know somebody who decompiled the KSP2 code and the KSP1 code and compared them. The KSP2 base code is 1.0 or just pre 1.0 KSP1 code. Right? For all the physics. So all those fixes that were added into KSP1 don't exist in KSP2. And it can't be done unless you change the core code. Modders can't change the core code. Not legally, anyway. Right? Second, there is no further development of KSP2 happening by the developer. Right? Or any developer. It is dead in the water. Right? As an incomplete game. Right? It'd be one thing if they released the source code, right, and just put it out there for them to go on. Then I would be all for the project. But because of how it stands now, right, they're promoting this and asking people to go buy a game that will never be finished to play it modded. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, they would be, that mod crew would be better off working on KSP1 than KSP2. Right, if you already own KSP2, okay, maybe you can get something out of it, out of your money that you already spent. But by promoting it and asking people to buy KSP2, Imlet, yeah, well, it's not exactly open, but yes. Kitten Space Agency. But yeah, KSP2 is a massive disappointment, right? The community asked for one thing with KSP2, just one. Literally one thing.
Don't fuck it up.
And that's exactly what they did. Imlet Open Space Program? That one I am unfamiliar with. Yeah, Brandon, in my opinion, because the core code of KSP2 is fucked, in a word, there is no point in trying to make it, do all the other things that they promised to do in the, for the future of KSP2, because you're broken at the core, right? That's like having a termite infested house, and and you keep building new wings onto the house. It's just why? Yeah, exactly. If the foundation's flawed, the rest of the house will be too. No matter how much, TLC you put into it. Yeah, I have to have links turned off in chat. Otherwise, people will spam shit all day long, right? Like bot spam is uncontrollable if I turn those on. It's not to protect the channel from you guys. It's to protect it from all the flipping bots. But Emily, you can post it in Discord. That's why I push everything to Discord now. Yeah, and since the crash of KSP2, the KSP1 modders a lot of them have gone back and revisited their old mods, and as I said, it's stunning. I mean, we're in the middle of building something, so I don't want to exit here, but for everybody that hasn't seen some of the stuff that we've done so far in this save. All right, I'll just go backwards so you can see what this looks like. Right, these are this is KSP1. This looks way better than KSP2 ever did or does. I mean, BlackRock just nailed it with the clouds and the water and the screen space reflections, right? And then Lynx, with all the terrain. And don't even get me started on the storms. Brandon, and as a subscriber, check the subscribers channel in Discord. I have my game data folder in there. So all you got to do is, I would recommend doing a clean install of KSP set up the game, you know, all the game settings the way you like it, delete the game data folder, and then you can just drop mine in. Yeah, there's a link in the subscribers channel to download my entire game data folder. Yeah, Brandon, I was looking for some way to be able to make subscribing to the channel more worth it. And that's where I think somebody did actually try to do ray tracing. The problem was is the performance went like bad, real bad. But I do think that somebody along the way was doing a ray tracing mod, but the performance made it almost unplayable. Oh, the lightning strikes? Okay, yeah. All right. You want the big droop or the little droop? Let's go with the little droop. By the way, all the launch tower stuff is all from Alpha Mensei's launch pads. Excellent mod. Excellent mod. All right, I gotta go with the big droop. This is too long this way. We need the big droop. All right, air conditioning. Gotta have the air conditioning for inside the fairing. All right, electrical. All right, oxidizer. Propellant. Alright, interstage electrical and sensors. Launch clamps. All right, lighting. All right, now I need... All right, that might be a bit much on the cameras. But it is a pretty cool view to be able to do. Too bad I can't do like slow motion, because this camera, as the rocket goes up, is pretty cool to watch. Am I forgetting anything? All right. While there's an ad break, I'm gonna go punch the bladder reset button, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Oh, and Pancake, just for you, buddy. Just for you, I got something for you.
Blackberry, Dr. Pepper. Elixir of the Gods, Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, the blackberry is just really sweet and is screaming for vodka. Okay. For you, it's time to get a beer. Yeah, the blackberry's okay. I think I just prefer regular Dr. Pepper. This is really sweet, and as I said, it's like screaming at me to add vodka. All right. Do one last check. All right, save it. All right, so now we need to load up our science return unit. So this is a beefed up lander and science return unit for a moon and Minmus. And this is one of our auxiliary stages. This is the middle sized auxiliary stage. Or is it a big one? I don't remember. It's one of our we have a family of auxiliary stages, or kicker stages, whatever you want to call them. Right, but this is 12 tons. So now we go find our 2.5 meter rocket. Merge these together. Oh, are you not going to fit in the fairing? Man, that is snug as a... Man, that is snug. It fits, but just. It, like, just fits. Well, Scientific, this isn't a favorite drink. The blackberry flavor is not a favorite. Yeah, less wasted space, for sure. Okay, now let's double check to make sure that didn't screw up our staging. Once in a while, when you merge craft files together, Kerbal goes, "You're perfectly set up staging. Let's roll the roulette wheel and see how it comes out." Because it did. It did exactly that. All right. All right, let's save it. Maki, why is that asterisked out? All right, let's send it. All right, so once again, the mission here is sample return from the surface of the moon. We want to bring back science from the surface of the moon. And now that we have comms there, our landing region is opened up depending on where our communication satellite is, because I believe we still only have one. All right, turn the generator on. All right, let's bounce between cameras. All right, this is the one on the rocket looking down. This is the one on the rocket looking up. This is one of the cameras that I put on the 4 posts. There's the other one, the other one, the other one. This should be yeah, this is the camera at the top. So we have camera options. Okay, we need to set moon as our target. Oh, and moon is in a perfect launch window. Look at that. Moon is just below the horizon.
Perfecto.
No time warp required. We happen to be in a Mooner launch window. Right, to go Mooner direct. Science return unit payload is go. Upper stage is go, core stage is go, guidance is go, cameras are go. We need a go, no go from chat. Chat is go. And in 5, 4, manage to start. 2, 1, send it. All right, let's go for pitch and roll maneuver. There's extra camera options. I like them. All right, we're a supersonic past max Q. We have good booster cutoff. And separation. I did not go to the correct camera for that, but that's all right. This won't be the only time we use this launch vehicle. Everybody say hi, Moon. All right, 2.5 G's acceleration. I'm gonna go ahead and throttle back to 2/3. Coming up on fairing deploy. And we have good fairing separation. Alright, coming up on Miko. And we have Miko. We have good stage separation and upper stage ignition. Wait, why are the ads playing so often? They shouldn't be playing that often. There should only be 3 90-second ad breaks an hour. Sometimes Twitch updates certain things so every now and then, and some things get reset. Because I think that by default, Twitch wants like 5 minutes of ads an hour or more, an hour. It is roughly 1/3 of the stream income now. It used to be pennies. It used to be like a couple of bucks. It wasn't a big deal. But it is about 1/3 of the stream revenue. And Brandon with some gifts. Well, no more ads for them. Alright, so Brandon, thank you so much, man. Algar, Maple, Onka, Emelinth, and Raps. Well, what's going on? Let me double check here where the ads are at. They do seem to be a little high. It's set at 5 minutes per hour. Let's try 3 minutes an hour. I can't turn them down too much because it drops from like 55% revenue down to like 20%. Brandon, thank you, sir.
Linux Guru Gamer! The mod father himself has arrived.
Linux, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Brandon, once again, thank you, sir. Linux, happy holidays, my friend. How are you doing? And can I get a shout out for my man, Linux? If you guys do not know Linux, then you have not been playing Kerbal. Linux Guru Gamer is literally the mod father himself. All right, why didn't that work? It didn't work. Oh, yeah, caps. It's still not working. Why isn't it working? All right, anybody doesn't know Linux, click on his name right there and give him a follow if you would. Because if you didn't know, he also streams. He does a lot of mod development on stream. Right, so you can see if you want to learn how to make mods or to just understand better the process, he is the man. Tequila, thank you, sir.
There you go. Fuck him, ads.
Ah. But thank you for all the subs. I appreciate it. All right, I'm going to push this until we come around retrograde. $15 kilometers, that'll work. All right, and we still have so much fuel in the upper stage, we're gonna keep it. Brandon, thank you so much for the bits, my friend. I appreciate it. Got the landing legs working in litho brake. I am unfamiliar. On fuel tanks plus and modular rocket systems. It sounds familiar. They sound familiar. I mean, at some point, I think I've used most of the mods that are available for Kerbal, at least, you know, over time. You've adopted Space-Y Expanded. I used to use Space-Y. Litho Brake Exploration Technologies. It really sounds familiar, but yeah. Fuel Tanks Plus, I don't, that one I don't know. Modular Rocket Systems, I know. MRS, yes. All right, thank you guys for the hype train. All the subs all at once. Thank you. I appreciate it. Linux, is that what you're is that what you're doing nowadays? Is going back and taking a look at a lot of the old mods and deciding whether or not to bring them in-house? Because there are some good ones out there. I don't even remember some of them. Okay, someone else did and then abandoned him? Yeah. Well, there's going to be a lot of that too. As I'm sure, I mean, that's more for everybody else because I know you know that. And then some. Okay, so it is going to take us a day and a half to get the moon. A new mod called Mission Planner. Wheel tuner. Interesting. Linux, what is your mod count up to these days? With all of this added, the new ones you've created and the new ones you've adopted. And also...
Where the hell do you find time to do all that shit?
More than 313. Damn.
Don't ask, don't tell.
All right, so let's go ahead and start time warping. By the way, the reason Kerbin looks so big right now is I've changed the field of view. All right, but if I reset it, that's what it actually looks like. And if you're not aware, you can change the field of view by holding down the left alt key and using the scroll wheel. Right, and then a double click resets it, and you can go the other way too. Right, if you really want that really weird fisheye effect. I generally prefer to go the other way. All right, this way to me seems more cinematic. No, this is so overpowered, we may not even need the auxiliary stage. I'm probably gonna save money. Alright, kill time warp, because we're in Moon Sphere of Influence. Okay, where is our comsat? Our comsat is... might be out of position. And we're approaching Moon from the dark side. Alright, let's go ahead and warp in. Yep, we've lost comms. To be expected. Our comsat's on the other side of the moon. It's just, will comms come back before we need to burn? Or will I need to adjust? Alright, Linux, thanks for stopping in, my friend. I appreciate it. Yeah, this is from Games Links. Games Links with Parallax. It makes all the planets and moons look really good. All right, we're less than a minute out from burn. We might be picking up Com Prime here in a minute. Hopefully. Yep, we're gonna have to adjust our time. Our capture burn, at least. Our one comsat over moon's in the wrong spot. All right, we should have line of sight to that comsat right there. How come we're not talking to it? I mean, we should be talking to this satellite right there, and we're not. That means we're not going to have comms until we hit a ground station. Like right now. right, much more acceptable orbit. All right, now where do we want to land? Why not right here? We're a little high, but that's all right. We got plenty of extra fuel. Yeah, a science mission, yes. It's a land and return science mission. Where are we anyway? We'll likely be landing here in the Midlands. This could be a different biome. It could be craters. We'll see. Because we'll have enough energy, we might be able to hit a second biome. Hey, Hildebrandt, what's going on, man? Maki, that's what we were just looking at. Was the biome map. Yippee! What's going on? Brandon, on this one, no. Yeah, without a scientist, you got to reload these. The other ones that, well, like temperature scan, barometric scan, those are reusable. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this stage. We didn't actually need the auxiliary stage with this setup. About 2,500 meters up, I'm gonna go ahead and arrest. Yeah, let's go ahead and do it now. I'm gonna arrest my vertical velocity and get rid of the auxiliary stage. All right, 1,000 meters up. There's still parts of that stage crashing. All right, under 500 meters. $250 meters. $150 meters. 100 meters. $50 meters. 25 meters. And of course, we landed on a rock. Settle in. Settle in. All right, we're down. We've already landed in the Midlands before, but we've never come back. Yep.
Rocks.
All right, let's take a look at our map again. What biome is that? Highlands. All right, if we take off and just fly a little bit east, we might be able to hit a second biome. We're literally right on the edge between Midlands and Highlands. Yeah, we're like really close to the Highlands. At this angle, though, going east might be problematic. Yep, time to pull the old grasshopper maneuver. All right, and we landed in the Highlands. All right, let's collect all that. Run these again. All right, collect those. All right, now we're ready to come home. Yep, that juicy science. Oh, wait, where's our alarm? Yeah, we still got 7 days. Okay. All right, so we're going to take off and go retrograde. Right, so we're going to go west. All right, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, send it. Survived? Something from that actually survived. believe that's Minmus. That's Minmus over there. There's Kerbin. Everybody say hi, Kerbin. If Kerbin looks really close, it's because it is. And stock scale, Kerbin is really... the moon is really close to Kerbin. All right, so we're gonna warp up over there. I'm gonna bring back a lot of juicy science. Put ourselves in orbit. And Moon Comsat, you're gonna be in the wrong goddamn place again. You bastard. You bastard! Yeah, ideally, right there is where I want to do the burn or come back to Kerbin, but we won't have signal.
Adam montage! 40 months!
Yo.
Yo.
What's up, Adam? Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that, buddy. And when you're going back to Kerbin, by the way, it's always better to be in a retrograde orbit around Moon. And it's this quarter, if you flip it up, it's right in the middle of this quarter right here is where you want to go to burn to go home. And give me 1 second because Delta is going bonkers on somebody. One moment. Sumo! Okay, I'm back. Yeah, mailman's dropping off a package, and Delta does not like this mailman. For whatever reason, she doesn't like him. Okay. Sumo, what's going on, man? How you been? Yeah, we're all good over here. Still alive, still breathing, still inhaling, exhaling. Still able to walk around, so all good. Same shit, different toilet. Yeah, that's usually, yeah. Adam. All right, so just so you're aware, FPS doesn't really count for anything with the Unity game engine, because of the way the Unity game engine works. It does something called timed delta time. right? So it is divorced from like FPS of like normal of games using other game engines. Right, that's just the way the Unity engine is at its core. Okay, and then on top of that, there's a lot of things that can affect it. Number one is RAM, especially if you're running mods. Like JNSQ is very RAM hungry. Right, minimum to run JNSQ is 16 gigs. You get much better performance, for example, if you had 30, if you have 32. I don't know how much RAM you have, but if you have 32, you probably should still be okay on that front. The other part is and the reason the Unity engine doesn't do FPS the way others do is because of the physics engine, right? Which is why it uses something called delta time again. So it has to do with the number of parts. Right, the more parts you have in a scene, not just the vessel you're controlling, all the parts in the scene, right? So if you're getting ready to dock to a big space station, it's all the part, you know, and you're close to it within like a kilometer and a half, all of it's under physics. So it's not just the vessel that you're controlling, it's everything in the scene. Right, and JNSQ has higher texture resolution than like the vanilla game, for example, or even real scale solar system, depending on which mod you install for real scale, because there's different ground resolutions that also will have an effect. Right, and JNSQ hasn't really gotten all of that much, like, updating wise. And if Ohio Bob was here, he could probably give you a better answer than that, since he's one of the mod authors on JNSQ. But any planet pack, regardless of what it is going to lower your frame rate. Sumo, I know, dude. It's, yeah. KSP2 did a number on all of the Kerbal community. Sumo, are you still streaming now and then? When you say soul, what do you mean by that? Are you talking like real scale solar system, RSS? Rarely. Yeah, even I took a big break, like a long break from KSP, because KSP2 just shit the bed so bad. I mean, even EJ took a long break over it. Like, EJ didn't stream Kerbal for over a year and a half, something like that. And there's very, very few of the old guard, so to speak, doing Kerbal, which brought in more people streaming and whatnot, but Adam, that could be a reason. If it's being rewritten from scratch, then that means they've learned a lot about their optimization processes and all that. So it's probably significantly more optimized. Hippie, he's running NASA spaceflight now. Or is the co-runner of it, one or the other, I can't remember which. Now the hard part, like with Kerbal, dude, there's not that many people playing it anymore. There's still more people playing Kerbal though, like about 3 times as many people on average that play Starfield. All right, I'm keeping an eye on this. I don't want to time warp yet. Because we're going to try to do our burn out of here. And if I break comms in the middle of the burn, we won't stop burning. As long as we're past that, we should be okay. Let's do it. Won't be as efficient from here, but there we go. And we're about to lose comms. Oh no, we're talking to something over there. Okay. Oh, we executed that burn just in time. Yeah, Sumo, it doesn't really mean much. I don't think it really ever did. Now, there's still some of the other ones, older rocket jockeys that they're still part of the rocket jockeys, but they don't show the tag, the team tag anymore because there's just not. Oh, yep, they just lost comms. I mean, look at the Rocket Jockey Discord, dude. When was the last time somebody said something there? I mean, I still raid some of the older Rocket Jockeys, like Jamorian and Ozzy in Space. All right, let's start this time warp home. Hippie, I can't. I don't have control over that. As soon as Star Theory or whatever the hell the other one was, as soon as they took over KSP and they took over KSP TV, and dude, they nixed everybody that had access to that channel. Everybody that was a moderator on that channel and had access to it to stream on it, they shut it all down. I don't even think they even knew who most of the people were that were on there. Hell, I don't even know who actually has the keys to the Rocket Jockeys anymore. Like, I don't know who has admin who's admin on it. All right, we are back. We're gonna go ahead and warp there. We're 1,400 kilometers out from the KSC. I didn't even look at that, but normally, later when we start doing manual recovery, we have to pay attention to where the KSC is and how long it's going to take to actually return. All right, let's go ahead and make sure I got everything. Yep, I do. All right, and let's oh, nope, bring that back in. And separate. All right, we're in the atmosphere. It's up to physics now. This is why I make all my return vehicles aerodynamically stable. I don't have to, there's no control turned on. I don't need it. Plus, we'd lose it anyway. Yeah, this is from Firefly. It even has bow shock, which is awesome. I hope that doesn't go back into orbit. It shouldn't. Yeah, no, this is something else entirely. At stock scale, not too much. The bigger difference, the biggest thing you need to worry about is not the amount of blader, but how steep you're coming in. Right, because you actually need time to slow down. If you come in too steep, you can actually just blow up the heat shield. Right, the amount of a blader wouldn't matter. But yeah, at stock scale, you don't have to worry about it too much.
Coming in, perpendicular.
Yeah, but you don't want your apoapsis too high either. Otherwise, you'll just skip out of the atmosphere. I really hope that did not go back into orbit, because we got out of physics range pretty quickly. So the game will stop applying physics to it. Now here's the desert airfield. Here's where we're coming in. We're 600 kilometers out from the KSC. At least we're not coming in over the mountains. Finally. And we are subsonic. Look at that sky, though, man. Maki, yes. It was JNSQ because the heat shield stopped working for whatever reason. All the heat shields stopped working. Which is why I ended up having to abandon that save. Because we couldn't figure out why. And touchdown. Hey there, Mr. Cactus. All right, let's get some science. All right, we brought back 208 science.
Sweet.
All right, world first milestones. The recent accomplishment of our space program have attracted contributions from numerous organizations. We returned home from the surface of the moon. 37 grand in 1 science, 5 rep. Automated sample return from the moon. Mission success. You have safely landed on the moon and returned valuable science data from the surface. The samples that you return will be studied for a long time into the future. 72 grand plus 6 science and 25 rep. That didn't even cover the cost of the launch vehicle. All right, science from new moon, from new biomes, the moon's highlands, 25 grand. That's a lot of science to spend. Where are we at with this? 6 days still? Yeah, it's only 3 days. It only takes 3 days to go to land on the moon and come back. That's all. Like literally, like the mission we just did. It only took 3 days. That's how close the moon is. In real life, it took 3 days just to get to the moon. Okay, so I need these airbags. We need these airbags for what I want to do next, and plus better landing legs. Yep, let's do it, and let's buy them. All right, 151 science, advanced flight control. We need that in order to be able to unlock our next set of command modules, including the Jiminy command pod. However, I'm not going to pay for all of this at once. That's a lot of money. But let's spend it. Let's unlock it. It's 184 grand. Oh, wait. There's a lot of stuff here we probably don't really need yet, like this. And we need space exploration as well. We're gonna need 30 more science for that. Yeah, so if anybody's, we're running 50% science. Otherwise, we'd have brought back over 400. All right, we'd have brought back nearly 500 science otherwise. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and warp a day. We're 5 days out from the middle of a Duna launch window, so we could actually launch now. Not around, through. Had to navigate through. And that was more of a launch window lineup. Yep, there's Duna. All right, let's make a little bit of money. All right, let's open up another airfield. Sandy Island. It shouldn't be too far. All right, so we have an executive jet that we'll be using for this. You know me, I gotta fit in an airplane flight every now and then. All right, so who is flying? All right, Val and Gemmel are gonna fly this mission. And once again, anybody that's new here, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. I much appreciate it. All right, we got 2 executives to go, so let's go ahead and load them up. All right, I gotta turn the volume down because airplanes are really loud. All right, TransFlight, you're cleared for departure and immediate takeoff. Fly safe. All right, so we are on our way to... Sandy Island. All right, let's get us re-lined up on the runway. All right, Val. Punch it. All right, positive rate, gear coming up. Alright, coming right. South. To a new heading of 105. Leveling out. Continuing our climb. We have cameras on board here too. Yeah, we don't need to be climbing that fast. Somebody would throttle back to 2/3. Just a FYI, these are not Juno engines. These are J727 Shooting Star turbojet engines. It's just using the Juno model, and they're basically way up thrusted. These have basically 3 times the amount of thrust as a Juno. It's why we were climbing at over 600 knots. It gives this thing fighter jet performance. All right, we'll go ahead and start leveling out here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and set up autopilot. Go at 9,000 meters. All right, we're cruising at Mach 0.8, and that'll actually climb here. All right, as we have 300 kilometers to go. So once we're settled in, now we can go into fizz warp. And I try to design all of my airplanes that they're stable enough and constructed well enough to be able to survive a 4X fizz warp flight. We'll end up with a cruise speed of over 500 knots. Now we're at Mach 0.85, 494 knots and accelerating. And here's Sandy Island. So what we're doing here is this is an inspection flight, an inspection and negotiation flight, right? Our 2 Trans-Caribbean Airlines executives, Jaffrey and Lubert, will negotiate and inspect and negotiate flights to go in and out of Sandy Hook, or Sandy Island. Sandy Hook. What the hell am I thinking? Sandy Island. Now we're now cruising at almost 502 knots, Mach 0.86. And we've already flown nearly half. We're almost halfway. And I'm afraid to try this. I'm gonna quick save when we land, and I'm gonna try something on the way back. We have a mod installed that lets our Kerbals walk around inside the vessel. But I need at least a save point to be able to come back to that. Right, just in case. And we're almost ready to start our descent. All right, killing time warp. I descended too fast. Alright, Transflight, we have you in approach. You're cleared for landing on touchdown. Proceed to indicated airport terminal. Directions have been transported to you. Alright, I'm gonna side slip us here to slow us down. Alright, gear coming down, flaps down. And like butter. Terminal's over there. All right. The Cessna elevator? Why is this called the Cessna elevator? I am unfamiliar with this. Explain thyself. I didn't mean to stop. Oh, that's right. I forgot to adjust the suspension. Last time we did the suspension adjustment, we did it in flight mode and not in the spaceplane hangar. Ah, yes. That makes sense. I know World War II planes used a lot of side slip. Brett, yeah. All right, hit the brakes. Let's let these guys do their negotiations. Got another 22 seconds for talks. And this is from the giving it aircraft a purpose mod, GAP. All right, waiting for clearance. All right, Transflight, you're cleared for departure. Please proceed to the runway for immediate takeoff. All right, let's close it up. So now we have to fly back to the KSC. But before we take off, though, I'm going to do a quick save on the runway. Because I actually want to see if I can't get one of the Kerbals up and walking around inside a flying aircraft. It's one thing to be able to do it in space. It's another when you're under fizz load. Yep. I probably need to remove this mod. This mod doesn't work. It's the IVAs for Airplane Plus. Most of them don't work. right, let's stop it here. Drop a quick save. Let's go ahead and set ASC as our destination. And let's rock and roll. And rotate. All right, gear coming up. Oh, yep, that's what I was afraid of. That's what I was afraid of. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. Boy, he's going down fast. Oh my gosh, he's down to the planet. Yeah. Okay. So now we know. Don't do that shit. We're still descending. We're under the ground, the terrain. Hippie, I unbuckled from the seat. See, so to give you an idea. See, I fell completely through. Just like that. Yeah, I was double check. It's meant for use in space where you can actually EVA around your inside of your space stations. But I was curious what happens if you do it on the ground or in the air. Well, now we know.
Don't do it.
Oh, Windy Skunk, can you? Okay. What's up, Windy Skunk? How you doing today? And rotate. All right, positive rate. Gear coming up. All right, banking left. Jeez. All right, your bank angle is a little bit much. Wish there was a max bank angle. Or can I do it under this? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Yeah, roll rate limit. Try 1.5. Or 1, rather, I guess. Are you trying to get me to commit curbicide? Skunk, yeah, I imagine so. This part, I guarantee you, does not have it done correctly. Plane landing for dummies. Too late now. Press F9. Oh, I never noticed that in there before. This is pretty cool, though. Scientific, load your quick save. But being able to walk a Kerbal around in flight is pretty cool. Is there a third-person view from this? It does not look that way. I know there's plenty of them, but it just that one in particular I hadn't seen before. But being able to actually walk around your airplane, this is a first. Valentina's flying. This aircraft has come in quite handy, especially because of its high subsonic flight speed. All right, we're cruising at Mach 0.9. Hey, hippie. Yeah, well, we did the horsing around when we were testing it after I built it. We nearly blacked out Jeb Kerman in this thing. And Mach 3.6 with 4x time acceleration. Time to start our, almost time to start our descent. Alright, let's go ahead and kill time warp. Back to standard fly-by-wire, throttle back to 2/3, or 1/3 rather. And let's drop the nose. That's a storm off to our left. All right, Transflight, we have you on approach. All right, we are too high and too hot to land this way. We'll circle around the other way. Here's our harbor. All right, gear down, flaps down. Who knew that Star Citizen music would work so well with Kerbal? And I've said that like every stream since we started doing it. This might be a bad idea. Alright, cameras are acting weird. Camera's acting really weird. Oh, because the camera broke. I smacked the camera on the ground. And that's why the camera's over here, because it's broken. Okay, so how do I get it to relinquish control of the airplane here? I can't rotate the camera around. I don't know how I managed to smack the camera on the ground. As I said, it was probably a bad idea trying to land from that camera view, but I thought it would be pretty cool. Yeah, it's very difficult to see because the nav ball doesn't give you fine enough visualization. Now I'm using the upper camera. Because when you break a camera, it seems to break everything, so don't break cameras in the future. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, Trans-Carbon Airlines, welcome to your destination. The fasten seatbelt sign has been turned off, and you may now move to the terminal, collect your luggage, and make connecting flights. Please use caution when opening overhead compartments and removing items, since articles may have shifted during flight. I don't even have a mouse cursor. There we go. All right, recover vessel. Yeah. Let's not land using that camera again. As I said, it was probably a bad idea. All right, but it is a contract completion. All right, we got everybody back safely. All right, so we're still 5 days from the middle of our Duna launch window, but I think we're going to go ahead and do it. Duna Direct, baby. All right, we already set up this mission. It's already ready to go. Right, it's already a launch vehicle. Everything is already set. Right, this is going to be our probe. That is going to do the flyby of Duna. Yeah, only Mark II cockpits have a worse field of view. Yes. That they do. You know, I realized a nose cam would come in handy for taxiing. That's smart. Thanks for that idea, buddy. Put a camera right under the nose, in the nose. The better to, the better to taxi with. That's how they're doing it with the Boom Supersonic XB1 and also the NASA's X-59 from Lockheed. That's how they're using a camera, because the pilot can't see dick. Not that they want to see dick, but you know what I mean. And yes, I'm all about the adolescent humor. The crude, crass adolescent humor. Because let's face it, fart jokes are still funny. It was just an expression that I chose to twist. Yeah, short of putting it on a servo, I don't see that happening. We're going big for this launch. What are you doing? What is that?
What is that?
Something broke. Something broke on load in. Yeah, Rocket's tired. Glad we caught it, because that would have been all bad. So one of the rules that we have imposed on ourselves is Reverts are only possible if the game errors out, right? Or if it's a game bug, glitch, whatever. If I make a mistake...
Suck it up, Buttercup.
Yeah, this one doesn't have the fancy launch cameras because I hadn't started doing it yet with this rocket design. All right, so Duna is behind us, so we're gonna need to time warp. Oh, Moon, you gotta be shitting me, dude. You're gonna be right there. Moon might be problematic. All right, Duna direct. Once again, we want Duna just below the horizon. This only works, by the way, if you're in a launch window. Right? If Duna's on the other side of the sun, you still can't do it. It still won't work. I'm a little worried about Moon. Because Moon and her fat ass is a gravity bully. All right, guidance is go. Duna flyer is go. Upper stage is go. Core stage is go. All flight systems are go. We need a go, no go from chat. And chat is go. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, main engine start. 2, 1, send it. Why is it so quiet? Why are we not getting any noise out of this? Interesting. All right, vehicle supersonic. All right, 2.5 G's acceleration, throttling back to 2/3. All right, 25 seconds to booster engine cutoff and separation. 2.5 G's acceleration, throttling back to 50%. 10 seconds to booster cutoff and separation. And booster cutoff. And good separation. Alright, we're now 1 minute 40 seconds into flight. We're 47 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 40 kilometers. Alright, coming up on Miko. Alright, there's Miko. Good stage separation, upper stage ignition, and go for fairing deploy. We have good fairing deploy. Alright, we're now 2 minutes 30 seconds into the flight. We're 107 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 78 kilometers. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. That's what I was afraid of. Moon's gonna be in the way. Alright, 3 minutes into the flight. We're now 155 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 98 kilometers, and we have just passed orbital velocity. As we continue to burn towards Duna. Wait, speaking of, Duna's right there. Yep, Moon's gonna be a gravity bully. Alright, so we're gonna need to make a slight adjustment on the way there. Once we're past the moon. But we're gonna go ahead and lose the upper stage. Alright, let's go ahead and deploy our magnetometer and solar panels. All right, let's go ahead and warp out to here. I'm gonna switch back to our upper stage. We don't want it on orbit. On the wrong side? Yep, I did. That's why. All right, so it'll come back and impact. Achin, how you doing, Manny? Tremel, how are you today? All right. Let's go ahead and time warp through Moon's gravity bullishness. Moon is always the gravity bully, dude. Her fat ass is always where you don't want it. Okay, so now... And we'll have to, no matter what we do, we're gonna have to make a correction maneuver outside of Kerbin's sphere of influence. This small one will bring us in closer and put us on the right plane, but we're gonna need to do another one to be able to shore up the closest approach and actually enter Duna's sphere of influence. Moon's gravity bullishness kind of messed it up a little bit. I should have warped today and then did it again so that Moon's fat ass is out of the way. Wait, can I do that now? Yeah, I can do that now. All right, Brandon. Have a good night, buddy. Thanks for hanging out, man. Thanks again for those gift subs, dude. I really appreciate it. Yeah, probably could. I'm just using RCS now. Yeah, it's about just under 7,500 kilometers is what I can get from here, but we got plenty of fuel. And the reason I want to try to make all those maneuvers now is our lever arm is the longest, right? We're at our furthest distance from Duna, right, with our approach. So any maneuvers I make now are very, very tiny in terms of fuel usage, with a bigger result on the other end. The closer we get, the more energy it'll take. All right, so we're on our way to Duna in 267 days. All right, we need another 2 days to escape, almost 3, to escape Kerbin. So we'll go ahead and enjoy that ride. All right, just so you're aware, I generally don't time warp for interplanetary travel, right? Once we leave Kerbin's sphere of influence, I'll set an alarm and we'll come back to it in 265 days. Because there's a lot that we can get done in that same time frame. Oh, I need to switch guidance. There we go. And actually, I need to... Hold on. Immersion. This way, our antenna is still facing back towards Kerbin. I guess I can move it a little bit better. There. And we'll also double check our position once we enter solar orbit, because crossing spheres of influence can change your trajectory, even without any input. We launched 2 days ago. There's Minmus coming into view. Did you know the first time we ever actually witnessed this movement in real life was when Juno was approaching Jupiter? Right, on its cameras, you could actually see the moons in orbit around Jupiter. We're Duna. This is going to Duna. Well, not gonna land. It's gonna fly by. Yeah, MG, that's why we're gonna double check it. I believe we're actually in a solar orbit now. Yes. All right, let's kill time warp. Log pressure data. And let's transmit that back. Temperature data. Transmit that back for a little bit of science. The other ones I'm not going to pop. Those are for low orbit and high orbit over Kerbin. We may need to do a solar orbital probe, though, just for the science, and then immediately burn radial out to go back into Kerbin's sphere of influence. We can get a big dunk of science off of that. Well, it wasn't just about seeing them, Tremel. It was about actually seeing them in motion. Relative to each other, all of them at once. Like, as it got closer and closer to Jupiter. All right, now let's double check to make sure that shit didn't jump. Nope. All right, we are still good. So we have 262 days before we enter Duna's sphere of influence. 264 till we reach our periapsis around Duna, but 262 days. So let's go ahead and set an alarm for that. So I change. All right, add alarm. All right, do the flyer. All right, we're on our way. The only contracts we have available is for a flyby. So I'm not, otherwise I would be launching an armada to Duna. I'm generally not, no. We won't be checking in on again for another 262 days, most likely. All right, back to the Space Center. All right, 75 science. All right, hold that thought. This guy's got to punch the bladder reset button and stretch my legs real quick, so I'll be right back. Didn't mean to hit that one, but it's all right. I'm back. My bladder thanks you for your patience. Okay, so where are we at? All right, we're not going to need this alarm, so I'm going to go ahead and cancel it for now. Because we've already done our Duna launch. We'll set up another one, another window for the next time that Duna comes around. Or that we come around to Duna, I guess is more appropriate. But we need more science. Like a lot more science. All right, we need space exploration. Is going to be next. And that's a 90 science node. We're at 75.6. MG, the only, generally speaking, it's only if it like passes a sphere of influence. It can still move a little bit with just time warp. It just has to do with the location system in Unity. Right, and it's worse when you upscale. Like if you're talking about like, especially when you upscale it, it gets way worse. That was like one of my biggest pet peeves when the last time I tried RSS RO at real scale is that variance. All right, I'm gonna reload this up. We need to modify it. Okay, it does not, with that upper stage, it does not need this at all, which is good. All right, cuts the mass down by 4 tons. This needs to be renamed the SRU Lander. And this is just going to be the science return unit. Because I'm thinking about putting this into a polar orbit, or not a polar orbit, a solar orbit. Well, Kerbaled orbit, actually. A Kerbaled orbit, very briefly. Getting all the science. Burn radial out to push us back into Kerbin's sphere of influence. And then bring all that science from solar orbit back. But I want to see if we have any, what contracts we have right now. Indeed, that's why they're using the real scale solar system for testing. Right, they want to make sure that all the core mathematics all works. Starks, yes, Joule Direct is very easy, actually. Because Joule has such a massive sphere of influence. So the ones that I've been able to do it to, obviously, are Moon, Minmus. Minmus, if you really want to do true direct, you need to launch at ascending or descending node. And compensate for the inclination, the 6-degree inclination change there. But you can do it as long as Moon's fat ass isn't in the way. Moon's very easy. Moon is do it all time. You can do it Duna, Eve. You can do it with Eve, Joule. I think I've done it with Drez once. Drez is a little bit more complicated. Most of the other planets, their sphere of influence is too small. You just get really close, and then you do a correction at some point along the way to fine-tune it. But yeah, Duna, Eve, and Joule, Moon, and Minmus are those are the easy ones. That's not enough money. Move, ASAT one. Into the correct orbit. Where is ASAT 1? That's a pretty big jump in its orbital parameters. I don't know if ASAT 1 has the fuel for that. Stocks, it depends on the launch vehicle. It depends on the launch vehicle, the mass of what you're sending. If you're, are you talking about flyby, orbital capture, landing? Landing, I would almost say yes, just because it makes it more convenient. It's not necessary depending on how you build your launch vehicle. You could just use the upper stage if it's got enough Delta V in it, but you'll have more control. Typically speaking, if you did an auxiliary or kicker stage. Yeah, ASAT 1 is here. They want us to go to that orbit. I am almost certain it does not have enough fuel to be able to do that. That's a massive inclination change. ASSAT. Because it is the Astronomical Science Society or something like that. So its acronym is ASS. And it's their first satellite. And yeah, there's no way. It says 900 meters per second of Delta V with RCS. Oh, I can't see the orbit now, but yeah, that's a massive orbit change. It's possible, and we can try it. I mean, it's an easy 45 grand if we can do it. It'll take several days to do it, though. All right, let's take that contract. These are technically possible. I don't know if I want to do them yet or not, though. A probe and orbit around Minmus. All right, we'll take that contract. Orbit the first satellite in equatorial orbit around Minmus. Sure. Orbit the first satellite in a Colnea orbit around Minmus. Why a Colnea orbit? Oh, I can't take that contract. We're maxed out on significant contracts. All right, let's see if we can't move this ASAT. This is the orbit it's in. This is the orbit they want it in. But yeah, it's like the Astronomical Survey Society. Ends up being ass. I had a good chuckle first time I read that. All right, and this is just our generic satellite bus. There's nothing really special about it. Aren't you on? There. Okay. And why aren't you rotated towards the sun? All right, now where is going to be the best place? Probably right here to start pushing our orbit out. I don't want to do the inclination change until we're further out. Uh, 2 days to come over here. Away, bug. Ah, crap. We're gonna end up... This isn't gonna stay in this orbit. See how close it is to Moon's orbit? It's gonna end up entering the Moon's sphere of influence and get tossed into the sun. Or tossed into solar orbit. Guaranteed. Wait. Oh shit, that's the wrong way. We need to flip 149 degrees? Are you flipping shitting me? We basically need to reverse course. And of course, Moon's going to be in the way. Yeah, we do not have enough Delta V to be able to do this. That is, I don't know why I took that. I did not realize it was 135-degree inclination change. That's basically reverse course. Not happening. We'll have to abandon that contract. Turning around in space?
Don't you do it.
So much Delta V. All right, where is that? Yeah, we'll take the rep hit because it's not gonna happen. Tremel, no. Yeah, we would have to, there's no way to move that satellite as it stands. I would have to launch something else, an auxiliary stage to dock with it, which can't be done. I'd have to use the claw, which I haven't unlocked yet. Right, to give it enough energy to be able to make that, because it's basically, they want to turn the satellite around and go the other direction.
Good luck with that.
Right, it's currently in an equatorial orbit. They want it in a reverse orbit. A reverse high inclination orbit, and just, no. We would need about 1600 meters per second of Delta V to do it. And the rocket's got like 700, or the satellite has like 700 on board. It would need twice as much as what it has. And the amount that the contract pays isn't worth executing if I have to do another launch to go out and meet up with it and then do that. All right, let's do our SRU mission for science. Let's get that done. And that's, yeah, but problem is that won't satisfy the contract because the contract is specific about moving that satellite. So yeah. All right, so what I'm thinking about doing is launching this guy into a solar orbit, but barely into a solar orbit. You do a little radial outburn once you get your science, and you come back into Kerbin's sphere of influence, and then bring it back. Now, The thing is, though, with the width of this, I may have to remake this. The issue is the width. I don't want to have to use a 2.5 meter rocket to launch this because it doesn't weigh that much. Can't have droopy RC obstacles. It just that's a no bueno. Nobody likes droopy RC obstacles. Okay. More than enough energy for this. 5.3 tons. Will that fit? I gotta get to that decoupler. There it is. It fits. Oh yeah, well, we got crazy amounts of energy. Do that real quick. I want to take a look at something here real quick. All right, the max costs 50 grand. I don't think we actually need the max. We might be able to use the smaller. Or this is the max plus 6. The max plus 2 probably work fine. See, I like rocket families. Yeah, we can do that. All right, let's pull this off. Oh yeah, plenty. 15 grand cheaper. And that's why I like rocket families. And I don't resize the fairing. The fairing is the fairing. Right, if I would need it, I'll make it like an extended fairing version or whatnot. Okay, so now let's double check our staging, make sure we're not completely foobarred here. All right, there we go. All right, let's send it. Trammel? No, there's no way to be able to do it with that craft, with what they're asking. Trammel, thing is though, is that you have to remember that satellite was already put up from a previous contract. So this contract wants us to change the orbit of that contract. There's no way to do it with that current vehicle as it stands. Regardless of what it maneuvered, the maneuver I did, it was irrelevant. It's that near 180 degree direction change that is absolute murder. Yeah, it's too much of an inclination change. Literally, it's like stop and turn around and go back in the other direction. It's just, yeah. That's just not happening. All right, turn the generator on. Okay, let's make sure Moon's fat ass is not in the way. Nope, it's not. It's opposite us, so we can launch. Okay. I want to make sure that we weren't going to... Moon's gravity wasn't going to reach out and smack us in the ass and give us a handprint. All right. Well, so once again, this is a pure science mission. We do not have a contract for this, so we're going to eat the cost. But we're going to launch into a solar orbit, like just barely into a solar orbit. Get a bunch of science. Burn radial out away from the sun. Well, I guess it depends on which way we come out of the solar system. Or out of the Kerbin sphere of influence. Well, either way, whichever way we come out on, if we're further out Then Kerbin will burn radial in and re-enter the Kerbin sphere of influence, like right away. If we're on the inside, then we'll burn radial out. You'll see what I mean when we actually get out there. Guidance is go. Science return unit is go. Upper stage is go. Core stage is go. Cameras are go. We need a go, no go from chat. Look away, Mr. Brandon. Chat is go. We are go for launch in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Main engine start. 2, 1. Send it. And once again, why do we not have sound? All right, go for pitch and roll maneuver. Mach 1, vehicle supersonic. All right, 2.5 G's acceleration, throttling back to 2/3. And even if you're going to a solar orbit, you still do a gravity turn. You always do a gravity turn. Otherwise, you're going to be fighting Kerbin's gravity the entire way out. Coming up on Miko. And we have Miko. Alright, we have good stage separation and upper stage ignition. At 60 kilometers, the fairing will say goodbye. All right, stand by for fairing release. In 3, 2, 1, there it goes. We have good fairing deploy. Just adds to the immersion. We're now 3 minutes, 10 seconds into flight. We're 142 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 73 kilometers. And we are coming up on 1900 meters per second velocity. Orbital velocity is 2250. For reference, at 1/4 real scale, it is 3812. It's just 3800 meters per second. Right, real life, it's about 7,600. right, 4 minutes into the flight. We're 220 kilometers downrange distance from the KSE, passing an altitude of 83 kilometers, and we have just passed orbital velocity. Based on how much fuel this thing has, we're probably going to shut this down here shortly. And let's shut it down. All right, we have a good payload deploy. Solar panels coming out. I don't want it on orbit. And we have so much extra Delta V. I mean, I could have pushed it out, pushed this out a lot higher. It's got enough fuel for it, but that's all we want. Just like that. All right, we're going to switch back to our upper stage. We're just going to warp it around over here. Yeah, and the rotation is due to the exhaust from the payload. And that's all it needed. All right, now we can switch back to our craft. Gotchin! All right, man. Have a good night. You won't be missing too much. And by the way, if anybody's not aware, we'll be uploading this to YouTube tonight. Probably won't be available till tomorrow. But if anybody has missed or wants to see any of the previous episodes, they're all up on YouTube. Right there. Except why are... Well, shit. None of my commands are working. Awesome. My bot took the day off, apparently. All right, there you go. That link right there. The previous 19 episodes are all up on YouTube. All right, so now we just ride this guy out. Yeah, Moon still almost got a hold of us. Wow, 15 days to get out here. 16. Okay, now we're on solar orbit. Let's go ahead and get one of these. One of those. And everything else. All right, transfer it all into the experimental return unit. Well, then are we the inside of Kerbin's orbit or the outside? Outside, so we're gonna burn radial in. Oh, radial out. We need to push ourselves back into Kerbin's sphere of influence. So it's radial out from the sun. As there's the sun, we're on the inside. We need to push outward. Is that 50 years? Hey, Dave's Plays, what's going on, buddy? Lord Cucumber, how you doing? How come I can't set Moon as our, Kerbin as our target? I haven't done this in a while. We should just be re-entering immediately, not 51 years from now. Fine, give me that as a target then, dude. And normally it's just a few hours and you come right back. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Goddamn Moon, dude. Always in the way, dude. With this burn, we'll be back in an hour. We'll be back. This is what I was looking for. We'll be back in an hour in Kerbin's Sphere of Influence, and then we can cancel all that other shit and see what happens. All right, can we get the Kerbin without going through Moon? Because that's gonna well, right now it's a Lunar impact anyway. The last thing I need also is a gravity assist from the moon, throwing us into Kerbin at a ridiculously high velocity. Yep, there we go. Now we don't have to deal with Kerbin at all. I mean, moon. There we go. 21 days back. Yeah, we're barely moving. Look at our orbital velocity. 29.4 meters per second. We're barely inside of Kerbin's Sphere of Influence. That is an orbital velocity of 29.4 meters per second. Here, it would cost, that's literally, to change directions, it would cost us 180 degrees. It would cost us 60 meters per second. We have to do 15 days of acceleration just to reach Minmus's orbital altitude above Kerbin. Geez, so many days. Now it's only 4 days to get down here. And by the way, always use warp here. Don't like manually warp. You'll go right through the planet or the atmosphere. It'll be all bad. All right, any other science to be had out here? I highly doubt it. I think we've already, like, gotten everything. Well, 0.2 science from material study. Everything else is 0. It should be a spectacular re-entry. All right. Ditching the entire service module here in 3, 2, 1. All right, all guidance is disabled. Parachutes are armed. Now it's just physics. Yep. Yaponski. What's going on, man? Yaponski? We have no control over the vehicle. So, as I said before, I like making sure that they're aerodynamically stable on their own. Which means they'll automatically rotate and face retrograde during re-entry. Yep, full ballistic trajectory. Is this stable? Well, what do you think? I'm not giving it any flight input, and it's holding retrograde. In fact, it wasn't retrograde when we hit the atmosphere. It had to rotate itself into place, which is why it was wobbling. But if you notice, it's holding retrograde. There's no SA, there's nothing holding it retrograde other than physics. Well, we're 500 kilometers out from the KSC. We won't be going that far. We'll be landing in the water. Well, it was stable before. Stable doesn't necessarily... I mean, you can still move around and be stable. The wobble, it just wasn't settled. In Space Agency. Which is the spiritual successor to Kerbal Space Program. Most of the KSP-1 devs, including Harvester, the guy that created, whose whole idea of Kerbal Space Program was, is working on that team. BlackRack, the guy that did all the atmospherics for this mod, is the one that's doing the atmospherics for KSA. Yeah, they said no matter what they'll do, they'll leave it open. They'll leave it open source if it ends up not getting enough funding. But they're hoping it's going to get attention from space agencies and universities. They're not doing a Kickstarter. They're bypassing all that. Type in !KSA. That's how they're doing it. And splashdown. Yeah, why are none of my commands working? Why is my bot not working? Why is my cloud bot off? There it goes. Now it's working. For some reason my bot turned off. Why'd that flip upside down? But all right, let's recover that. Bot dialing. All right, 61.2 science is what we brought back. World first milestones. Research accomplished of our space program have attracted contributions from numerous organizations. We have escaped the gravitational influence of the sun. 32 grand, 1 science, 3 rep. We have returned home from a flyby of the sun. 45 grand, 1 science, 4 rep. We have returned home from the orbit of the sun. 43 grand, 1 science, 4 rep. Bonus science is bonus science, baby. All right, space exploration. All right, unlock that, and let's... Oh, there's all the... What's cost so much in here? That's stowaway. And the hitchhiker. And if you wonder why those cost so much, it's due to the rocketology mod, right? Because they have crew housing on board. I don't need those yet, so I'm not going to pay to unlock them. Because it's basically 100 grand for just those 2 parts. Scarguard! Nah, we're about to wrap it up here. Yeah, well, it's gonna be dark here in like 20 minutes, so I gotta take Delta to park like now. All right, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, Rocketeers all, that is gonna do it for me today. That is the end of episode 20. Can't believe we've done 20 episodes already. Emilith, my KSP looks very different.
Mods. Lots of mods.
Yes, lots of mods. All right, I want to thank everybody for coming and hanging out today. Much appreciated. Tonight, for everybody that is anybody that is interested, if you play Star Citizen, we're going to be going over some FPS movement basics for Star Citizen and small unit tactics, and then we'll be probably running some FPS missions tonight in Star Citizen. If anybody is interested, we will be in Discord, but I will not be streaming it. Tomorrow will be a Star Citizen stream. I'm thinking we're going to be doing an absolute 0 to less than a hero type of playthrough on my alt account that basically only has a starter ship. So we'll be doing that tomorrow. Next episode for Kerbal will be on Sunday. Emil, it depends on what mood I'm in. All right, for anybody who does not play Star Citizen, just to be clear, all you need is a starter package. You only need the $45 starter package. You don't need all the other bells and whistles. All of it is available in-game for in-game currency. Right? Buying anything beyond that is purely to fund the project. All right, but if anybody is interested in Star Citizen, use that link right there and you'll be all set to go. Anybody that is on the fence and wants to wait and check it out for in person, I think the next time they're doing a free fly is February. Right, there's a few times a year they'll do a 1 or 2 week free fly. February, I believe, is the next one, generally speaking. Once in a while, they might throw out a weekend here and there for free fly. But I believe February during the, right around Valentine's Day, they do a week. But anyways, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, Rocketeers all, I appreciate you guys all coming and hanging out with me today. Once again, tomorrow is Star Citizen, and then Sunday we'll be back to Kerbal. And just as an FYI, I plan on streaming every day between now and the first of the year. Right, just so if you're sitting at home, you know, lull and hanging out with the family, or you just need a break from the family.
This guy's your guy. I'll be right here.
All right, but I gotta take Delta V to the park before she pops the gasket. So I will see you guys next time. Until then,
stay dangerous.
And thank you again.